Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our morning edition of interviews for the administrator position. We welcome our first candidate, Kristen, and we'll introduce ourselves. The county is made up of districts, so we'll start with my district, which is Lutsen, Tofte, and Schroeder, and I'm Denise Storley, board chair.
I'm Deb White. I'm district number 1. I'm on the east end of the county, which includes Grand Portage, Hovland, and some parts of, it's very weird, it's like they changed the mapping is sort of like this, and parts of Colville.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, Kristen.
morning.
Appreciate your investment in the time and energy it takes to do interviews. I'm Gary Gamble, Commissioner District 2, which is Grand Marais on the east end of things. So.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Kristen. I'm Dave Mills, District 3, which is the west side of Grand Marais over to Cascade River.
Okay. And it's very nice to meet you, Kristen. I'm Ann Sullivan, District 4 Commissioner, so from north of Grand Marais all the way up the Gunflint Trail, right to the Canadian border, and a little bit east over towards the area around Hovland. So Commissioner White and I share some of that area to the east. Excellent, thank you.
So we do have a group of interview questions. I will start with the first question, and I will end with the last one, and give you time at the end if you'd like to respond to anything too. So the first question is, please tell us the interests you have about Cook County Administrator position, and how would you adjust living in a small community in northeastern Minnesota?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. So what interests me about the position is I love being a leader. I've been in several administrator positions in my past. I'm currently serving as a director in my current position, and I miss being in a head position and being the key administrator. So being back in a position where I'm able to fully lead a team is very interesting to me. I love this area. I've spent the last 20 years coming up to Cook County, and I have a little off-grid cabin in Lutsen, and so I spend as much time up here as I can. And so adjusting to living in a small community would not be a significant change for me. I moved from the Twin Cities area to northwestern Wisconsin I think it was 4 years ago now, and I live in the village of Webb Lake. So I live in a very small community of 500 people right now. So that would not be a shift and a change. What interests me is really being part of a community and really integrated into the community, knowing the people that I would be serving as an administrator. And I don't currently have that. I truly enjoy the work that I'm doing. But I work on I work nationally, so I don't have the opportunity to really be connected fully to the people that I work with.
Thank you.
Welcome.
A county administrator's leadership style is essential to organizational success. What do you consider to be 3 important leadership qualities that you would bring to the county?
Thank you for your question, and can everyone hear me? I know I'm quiet sometimes, so I want to make sure. Okay. This is a hard question because I think there are so many important leadership qualities, but getting down to 3, the first one, I recently had a leadership assessment, a 360 assessment done called the Leadership Circle. My number 1 quality that rose to the top was called caring connection. And I do think that is probably what I think is the most important leadership quality and something that I would bring to the county. And what that means is that I really focus on connecting with the people that I work with, the stakeholders that I serve, and those around me. I'm an empathetic leader. I focus on collaboration with the people that I work with as well. The next one I would say is strategic vision. I think that to be a solid leader, you have to know where you're going, and to do that, you need to be strategically leading your team through data, through information, through hearing from your staff and from the community that you serve. So I think strategic vision would be my next leadership quality or leadership style. The last would be innovation. I think it's important to know what is happening in the world and to think about how can you bring innovative change to the county that you work in, and make sure that you're leading with an eye towards innovation. I think those would be my three.
Thank you. Servant leadership is thought to be a style that might work well in Cook County. What do these two words, servant and leadership, mean to you, and how do you practice servant leadership?
So when I think about servant leadership, I really think about the need to prioritize your team. Prioritizing the needs of your team and making sure that they can come to work as their whole selves. And I talk about that a lot with the leadership trainings that I do in my current job, and also the work that I do with my current team that I supervise, is the prioritizing them as a whole person, not just as someone who's getting the work done, but all aspects of them. I am an executive and leadership coach. I'm trained and certified as a coach, and so I bring that perspective into my work as well. And so when I think about servant leadership, I think about using a coaching mindset and helping staff to focus on their personal growth and development, making sure that you're creating the time and space for people to really lean into being the best version of themselves in the workplace. And so I would, when I think about servant leadership, I think of all of those different things, but also making sure that I'm leading and serving, or leading from the aspect of I'm not asking my team to do anything that I wouldn't do myself either, and making sure that I'm partnering with them. And as a leader, of course, there are certain tasks and things that they need to be able to do that you're not engaged in, but again, making sure that you know enough about the work and you're serving and leading from a place of not asking them to do anything that you wouldn't participate in. So those are some of the things that come to mind for me.
Thank you, Kristen. What have you found to be most beneficial and most detrimental in building an effective working relationship with the county board chair and other commissioners?
The first thing that came to mind for me when I saw this question was transparency. I think that when I've worked with county board chairs and commissioners, and I've worked, my background is working with the judiciary as well. So when I think about county board chairs and commissioners, I'm also thinking about all of the elected judges that I've worked with in my career. And I think that number one is transparency. You need to be open and honest with the county board chair and commissioners, and be willing to share hard information. Sometimes there are things that need to be shared, and it can be challenging because it might not be positive information, but making sure that you're being as open and honest and transparent with the information that needs to be shared. So I think that those are probably the things that I would lean into and what I think is most beneficial. In terms of building those working relationships, most detrimental is not partnering, not sharing information, thinking that you have all the answers, because it's important to gather information and be open and curious and transparent. So those are the ways that I think I would work on in ensuring that I establish those effective working relationships.
Thank you.
Kristen, please share an example of how you've built trust and transparency with employees in a past leadership role. How did you ensure staff were heard and felt valued?
Thank you for this question. I think this is a really important question, and a lot of different examples came to mind, but I'm going to use one that I'm going through right now in my current job. In my current role, we have had some challenges with federal grants and funding, and so we have had several layoffs within our company. And so I've had to lead my staff in a time where there's a lot of uncertainty for them. There's a lot of concern. We've had several rounds of layoffs, and so there's constant worry from their standpoint. So I have had to ensure that not only the trust that I've built in the past is there, but also ensure that I'm communicating these changes in a way that continues to establish and provide for that trust as they move forward as much as I possibly can with the current situation. So I've done that by sharing the information that I can with them and telling them that I might not have all the answers today, but I'll share the information as it's available to me and make sure that I'm hearing their concerns, and telling them, sharing with them that they are valued. I'll give you a very concrete example. We had a staff meeting following one round of layoffs, and I just asked them, how are you? And truly wanted to hear how they were. And it allowed an opportunity for staff to really process what was happening. And the feedback that I've received since then is it really helped to establish and build that trust and connection because I was being as transparent as I could be in the moment. And I think that's a hard place to be as a leader, when you know that there are challenging times ahead, but you can't share all the information. And so I think it's really important in times like that to be as transparent as you can be and to lean on the relationships that you've built in the past with staff as well.
Thank you so much.
An ideal candidate would show examples of how would you build trust and the ability to understand the intricacies of an organizational structure, culture, and dynamics. Tell us how the organizational awareness has benefited a prior employer in making meaningful changes or improvements.
Thank you. So this is one of my favorite aspects of my current job. Is one of the things that I do as a consultant is I do AOC or statewide judicial branch assessments. And so I'll look at their administrative office and look at their organizational structure, culture, dynamics, all of the things related to their workplace and provide recommendations for improvement. And so I agree with this question wholeheartedly. You have to understand and know how an organization is led, but also, how are they leaning into their structure? Is the structure appropriate for the needs of the community or the location? What are the team dynamics? What is the culture of the workplace? And really develop a plan to make sure that you're making it as solid as you can. And so I've done it. I've provided those assessments. I lead a team that provides those types of assessments, but I've also done it in prior roles that I've been in as well. And I'll talk about one prior role that I had briefly, which was the administrator of the Minnesota Guardian Ad Litem Board. And when I came into that role 2 weeks after, I think actually it was a week after I was hired, we had a legislative auditor's report provided that said that the Guardian Ad Litem Board was, the board structure was ineffective and inefficient. And so I had to do a lot of work during my first year in that position to really understand the challenges that the organization was having so that we could have a strong board structure, organizational structure, but also work on the culture of the organization. I worked very hard in that first year on making sure that we made those meaningful changes, testified to the legislature several times, and I was able to successfully accomplish every one of their deficiencies within the first year. So I'd say this is probably one of my strengths as a leader, is to really work on organizational culture and just making sure that you're meeting the needs of whatever your end goals are.
Describe a situation that you believe demonstrates your integrity and ethical standards.
So the situation that came to mind for me right away was a situation I also had in the Guardian Ad Litem Board, and I have to keep this very high level. I can't share all of the details, but it was a situation that resulted as a result of the Me Too era, and some information was brought forward to me. It ended up resulting in a director or a manager being placed on administrative leave. Ultimately led to a termination and then 2 years of a lawsuit that ended up with the Court of Appeals, and we were successful in that case. So it was a very challenging time because when you have situations like that, it's sometimes really hard to make the right choice, because it ends up in situations like this did, with years of litigation. But I knew from the very beginning that it was the right decision to make. It was very challenging, but it was the right thing to support my team and support ultimately what needed to happen. And I know that's, like I said, I have to keep it very high level, but.
Please describe your involvement and preferred methodology in the budgeting and financial process of your organization, as well as your experience with long-range financial planning.
Thank you for your question. So the first thing that came to mind when I saw this question is the first step is to make sure that you have adequate funding. So I mentioned before that I've got experience testifying with the legislature. When I was with the Guardian Ad Litem board, again, we received a legislative audit report that was not positive. We also didn't have the funding that we needed. And so after we successfully implemented all the changes needed, I went to the legislature and we were successful in getting a 24% increase to our base budget. So I think when it comes to involvement in budgeting, I do see the county administrator's job and role as first and foremost making sure that the county has the funding that it needs to be successful. And then the preferred methodology in budgeting and the processing is making sure that you have high standards of data quality. So making sure that you have the systems to make sure that your data or your financial processing, budgeting, and tracking is adequate, and so working with your financial staff to ensure that, making sure that your staff have the reports and information needed to manage their budgets, and then of course partnering with your finance leaders to prepare your annual budget, and then to make sure that you've got the policies, procedures in place for the financial processing for the organization.
Thank you, Kristen. Describe your experience in developing a strategic direction for an organization and integrating this decision into budgets, long-term financial plans, and department goals.
Thank you for your question. So this is another area that right now my team does strategic planning nationally. Personally, I'm just finishing up the second project with the state of Wyoming. With their judicial branch, they did not have a strategic planning process several years ago, so helped them to integrate and develop strategic planning and integrate it into their system. So I just finished up their second biannual strategic plan. Actually, I'll be finalizing it this week. I'm also working with Idaho on their statewide strategic planning, and then, like I said, I supervise a team that provides this service nationally. So I've got a lot of experience in this space. And in terms of how you develop that strategic direction for an organization, first of all, you need to make sure that you have good data. So asking staff, doing some sort of employee assessment or evaluation, surveying them to ask information. For the county, I would imagine that there would be a public survey as well, making sure that you're getting information from the public on what's important for the community, and then working on developing your strategic pillars or priorities, your goals, objectives, and your operational plan. That is your roadmap, so that would be integrated directly into decisions for your budgets and long-term financial plans and department goals, because as you strategic plan, again, that's your roadmap. And so you ask for the resources that you need to ensure that you're meeting the goals established in that plan. And that plan serves as your roadmap because, again, you're listening to the community, you're listening to staff and all of the stakeholders to make sure that it's an inclusive plan.
Thank you.
Kristen, how will you initiate and sustain a meaningful relationship with tribal nations?
Thank you for your question, and this is a very important question. I have worked with tribal nations in my past roles and also in my current role. In the past, in the Minnesota Guardian Ad Litem program, we hired, under my leadership, ICWA specialists for the first time to make sure that we had staff that were hired from the tribal nations working as Guardian Ad Litems. I also worked with all of the tribes at that time, and that actually will connect to the next question. I'll give you an example of something that I learned throughout that process. But and then when I was the court services director in Minnesota, my team was in charge of the Minnesota Tribal Courts Forum, and so did work in that space. But So I've got some experience on initiating and sustaining meaningful relationships with tribal nations. I should also mention one of my team members, one of my staff now, is working at a national level on a tribal courts committee with the chief justices and state court administrators throughout the nation as well. So again, I think my background with connection and being a coach and an effective listener is really key in this area. I think it's important to truly listen and partner with the tribal nations to create that meaningful relationship. Hearing from them what's important to them and not entering the relationship from the standpoint that I know what they need or want, but really making sure that you're listening and connecting with them. I think time and space with them as well is important. Knowing that you need to create that opportunity for long-term connection and relationship building. So I think first and foremost, it's that connection. That's the most important to me, to make sure that I would initiate that relationship, spending time, getting to know the key leaders, getting to know them on their space as well, and not expecting them to come to the county building, but going out to them in the community, I think would be essential as well.
That leads right into the next question.
Yeah.
Describe a time when you made a mistake at work. How do you deal with this situation, and what was the outcome?
So again, that's connected to the last question, and this was a mistake that I have truly carried with me ever since it happened, because it had such a meaningful impact on me. And what the mistake was is I hired ICWA specialists for the Guardian Ad Litem Board, and in retrospect, I still think it was the right decision. I had hired someone from the community as one of my employees, and so I partnered with that person on developing these positions. However, I realized my mistake when I attended a meeting with all of the tribal leaders in the state, and they were incredibly angry. And they were angry because of the historical trauma that had happened to their children through the Guardian Ad Litem program throughout the years. And so when I look back at that, my mistake was I didn't ask them what they needed and how they wanted me to partner with them. And that's why when you asked me the question about how would you initiate and sustain the relationship, it would be different than how I addressed that change. And I'm being very vulnerable here to talk about this, but instead, I had partnered with someone who I had hired, which is a completely different perspective. And so from that experience, I again know that was a mistake. And so I would deal with it differently. I would partner directly with the tribes before any decisions were made. At the time I made that decision, I had worked with the Guardian Ad Litem Board for at least 10 years. So I thought I knew what was needed. And again, I think that the lesson learned was to make sure that I'm truly asking and listening and not making assumptions about what anybody else needs. So again, that has been something that I've carried with me for many years, and I always try, regardless of who it is, to go into the conversation knowing that everybody has different wants, needs, desires, goals, perspectives, and I need to go into that conversation not thinking I know what anybody needs, but truly spending the time to ask and learn. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Oh, my turn.
Yes.
An employee brings to your attention as county administrator that they believe a coworker is going through personal challenges. That they believe a coworker who is going through personal challenges is using opioids, and they are afraid to bring it up to their supervisor. How would you address this situation?
Thank you for your question. The first thing I would do is talk with our HR. I understand we have a new HR person, so I would partner with them and talk with them and hear, what do they recommend as the next steps, because truly they are the expert in this field. from my experience and background, how I think I would address it, not having the opportunity to consult with HR right now, is I would want to make sure that, again, not making assumptions, knowing that the person who brought the belief to me that this person may be using opioids, that may be true, but it may not. So meet with the staff or have the supervisor meet with the staff and ask, say someone has raised some concerns about you and I just want to check in and hear from you, how are things going? Make sure also that I have information available to them for resources that the county provides. I'm assuming you have EAP or some sort of services, so make sure that they have access to that. And then track and monitor and see how the employee is doing from a human standpoint, of course, but then also from a performance standpoint. Has the employee's performance decreased in some way? Are you seeing any changes in their behaviors? And then continue to partner with HR and the supervisor on any steps that need to happen after that takes place. But again, making sure that primarily they have the support that's needed and that you're working with HR.
Thank you. Kristen, how will you assess the county's strengths and weaknesses and identify opportunities for improving the organization?
Thank you for your question. Well, first of all, I would do a survey or collect data asking people what are the county's strengths and weaknesses, and making sure that I'm collecting that from stakeholders, from the public, and from staff. Similar to how I do assessments now as a consultant, honestly, is collect that data. I might even consider doing some focus groups or listening sessions to make sure that I'm hearing from the people that I'll be working with. And based on that information, also look at past reports, any data that the county might already have. I looked at the website, but I didn't see a long-term plan or a strategic plan on the website. I might have missed it. But if there are resources and documents out there like that, making sure that I'm leveraging that information. And then from that, identifying opportunities for improving the organization. Well, let me ask, can I ask, is there a strategic plan for the county? There is. Okay. Okay, perfect. What I was going to say is I would move forward with strategic planning to identify those opportunities for improving the organization. If you have a strategic plan, I think you can still simultaneously do that. But I would use the strengths and weaknesses that have been identified to try to brainstorm and come up with different opportunities for improvement. I would also include that direct question in a survey that I would complete and ask staff, the public, and stakeholders, what opportunities do they have for improvement? The other thing that I would make sure that I would do is really develop a 30, 60, 90-day plan. And so the first 30 days really listening and hearing from staff and from stakeholders in the public. And then spending that next 60 days collecting those ideas, suggestions and ideas for improving of the organization. And then the next 90 days really bringing some of that information to the board, bringing it to the staff, and making sure that I'm hearing from them on what they think about any identified opportunities for improving the organization. Because I'd be coming into this community and into this role as a new leader, and so there are a lot of things that I wouldn't know. So I would really want to make sure that I'm vetting that with the people that I would be working with.
Thank you, Kristen. What are 3 high-level goals you would seek to accomplish in the first 3 months of starting?
So I didn't make it through all of the questions when I was out in the other room, so now I'm seeing this. So when I said 30, 60, 90 days, I wasn't aware this was the next question. So the 3 high-level goals in the first 3 months, well, number 1, again, is just listening and hearing from staff, collecting that data and information. I think that is the most important thing to do as a new leader, is to truly understand what are the needs, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats of the organization. So partnering and learning. The second goal would be developing those relationships. So with the tribes, or the tribe, with staff, with the commissioners, with other leaders in the community as well. And then the third goal in the first 3 months would really be my last goal, which would be setting out my strategic vision. What are the things that I think I need to focus on in my role, as I've learned through the survey and the analysis and the conversations that I've had, is really developing that strategic vision and strategic goals for myself in my role as zoning administrator.
Thank you.
Kristen, what energizes and what deflates you? And how in your position will you alleviate stress and avoid burnout?
What a great question. So what energizes me in the workplace is the people that I work with. Right now, if I were to leave my current position, I would be incredibly sad because I truly enjoy my team and the people that I work with. So what energizes me is really developing those that I work with and helping them to be the best that they can be in their positions. I get an incredible amount of joy from doing that. What deflates me? That's a great question. I would say what deflates me is people who, or situations where people look at things from a no mindset. I've worked with people in the past where instead of being open and curious, they'll say things like, well, that's how we've always done things, or we can't do that because we don't have the funding, or we can't. Just someone who looks at things from kind of a no mindset, that to me is almost an automatic deflation. I always try to find ways to do things and be creative and innovative and try to find different funding opportunity, whatever it may be, to be able to accomplish what we need to do. I like to think big. I've been successful in thinking big and creating different things and different opportunities for people by being creative and thinking outside of the box. So that energizes me. How in your position will you alleviate stress and avoid burnout? I should have also mentioned, just part of my story, my professional story, is I was a court administrator in Carver County when Prince Roger Nelson's died. So I had his high-profile probate case for several years when I was in that position. And also I was new as a court services director in Minnesota when the pandemic hit. So I've been in high-level positions with an unbelievable amount of stress and, in the Prince case, international media attention. So I can handle a high amount of stress. I'm a very resilient person. To avoid burnout, I practice self-care. I'm a runner. I love yoga. I take very good care of myself physically and emotionally. I have good connections, family support. And so I make sure that I try to work on boundaries, work-life boundaries, which I'm not always wonderful at, but I know sometimes in positions like this, you can burn out because you never shut down or step away from the work. And so it's important to me to find ways to step away from the work at times and spend time with family. I have a granddaughter who is 3, who I absolutely adore, and so making sure that I'm creating time and space for things like that in my life is what helps me to avoid burnout and alleviate stress. But like I said, I do think I have a very high level of resiliency because I've been through some incredibly challenging things in my life.
So we're getting toward the end. I will end with the last 2 questions. What will signal to you that you are being successful as a Cook County administrator?
Thank you for your question. That's a great question. I think what would signal to me that I was being successful is a high level of employee satisfaction and engagement. So making sure that if the county does an employee survey, that incrementally things are improving over time, that staff feel supported, encouraged, and engaged in their work. Also, being successful is making sure that the county is working within their budget, that they have the resources that they need for the county financially and otherwise, and that they're working within those resources. Cook County is an amazing place, and so making sure that it stays that way, and that tourism is supported in the community. The forestry is supported, and all of the things that are important to Cook County. So I think that success would truly look like having, a supported, successful staff, but then also making sure that the community is supported, the things that are important to the community are supported, those tribal relations are supported. And if that happens, I think that would be what success would look like for me.
Does anyone on the board have any final clarifications they would like to ask?
If I may, going back to question 11,
Yes.
I was just curious if you could elaborate a little bit on how did you deal with this
Yeah,
situation and what was the
you're right.
outcome?
Thank you. I didn't answer that. Thank you for bringing me back to that. So how I dealt with the situation, so it was really interesting. So at that board or tribal meeting, one of the DHS managers pulled me aside afterwards and said, and had a conversation with me and talked to me about the situation and said, the tribes are very supportive of their children and have gone through a lot of historical trauma. So help me to understand part of why what had happened. And so that was part of processing and partnering with him as we move forward to figure out how to successfully deal with the situation. And then I had a lot of one-on-one discussions with the tribal court or with the tribal leaders, and partnered with them as we continued to roll out the ICWA specialist positions. So overall, I think the ultimate outcome has ended up to be positive in that after I left that position, during my time there, we continued to work on the relationships, but then also after I left the position, they continued to grow and develop that program, which I think ended up being a very positive thing for the tribes. So it was a personal mistake that I made that was challenging at that time, but I think ultimately the decision to move forward with that work was a very positive one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Campbell.
thank you, Madam Chair. Kristen, question 5 talked about methodology and budgeting, and you referenced the fact that make sure that you have high standards of data.
Yeah.
And I'm taking a course now with the National Association of Counties, which is talking about connecting data research, and things need to be measurable. So
Yes.
my question would be the process that you use to collect data and make sure that it's tied to things that are measurable.
So, well, it depends on what platform the county uses, and I don't know what platform that is. But when I was in the judicial branch in Minnesota, we could pull different reports from our financial system, and we could create different reports. And so I had monthly reports that I monitored, and I had my staff monitor. And then, to your point, yes, you need to create measurable goals, and then leverage against the data. And so depending on what the county's goals are and what platform the county uses, I would see if we could develop some reports that are specific to those measurable goals, and then work with the staff on making sure that they understand what those reports mean, what they can do, and then that they're using them on a monthly basis to measure the goals against the data. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I think processes, because theory exists, but process, and so
Right.
that's why the further question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Well, now I'm going to say, do you have any questions for us?
I do. So I'm curious, what do you all think are the most important qualities for this position? What are you looking for in an administrator?
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
I think it's very important that you bring a person in who's foundationally in their values, that that is where they work from. They need to work from a place that is who they are. And so those values relate to, if you see yourself as a servant leader as opposed to being served, and some people step into positions
Right.
because they like the position which you expressed, but that is not necessarily a negative if you step into that role and your values reflect alignment with the organization and with people in general. So nurturing staff, there needs to be humility, there needs to be seeing yourself as a servant, as a facilitator. And that means that information is, as you said, you listen actively and you invite people and you make people comfortable participating so that vision is shared. And so I think that servant leadership, which is a term that can be applied, but if the substance of it doesn't exist, it won't
Right.
be evident in how you lead.
Thank you.
Commissioner White?
Honesty, communication, and transparency. And that on all levels, with the commissioners keeping us apprised of what one can behind the scenes, where we're going, and then with staff. Staff. Giving employees support, giving supervisor support, director support. I believe that's the most important.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things I think is really important is that our new administrator needs to work on analyzing our organizational culture and helping us to build a culture. We've been without an administrator for 8 months. And we need a captain of the ship or a leader to help bring us together and to work, and not only with staff, but I think it's really important that the person that comes into this position earns the public's trust and does a good job of listening to our community members and their needs as well.
Thank you.
I don't have anything specific to add. I'm really pleased by other commissioners' answers, but I would just say, kind of in jest, you just have to do it all. You just have to be able to do it all.
Yep.
But relationships, I think, is really important. Responsiveness, very important. And having the bigger picture in mind.
Thank you.
We're a small county, maybe about 130 employees coming and going at times for different requirements in each department. But for me, I think it's communication and understanding, what each department needs and asking questions about that. Communication with us as a board and just being open, which I have notes that you have a good background on that. And I'm wondering about coaching. That's a term that I've heard a lot now these days about, I'm a coach for doctors, or I'm a coach for this.
Yeah.
How do you view your position as
Yeah.
a coach?
Yeah, great question. So I know that term is used in a variety of different ways. I'm credentialed or certified through the International Coaching Federation, so I have the formal training. I've actually gone through 3 different trainings, one as a certified coach, an ACC it's called, and then I'm also a team and group certified coach. I just actually passed that on Friday, so so I was celebrating Friday. And then I'm also what's called an M-Brain coach, so a coach that uses 3 different brains, so your head, your heart, and your gut, and then how to integrate those into learning. And so I use it with chief justices, with judges, and head administrators in the court system right now. And so we provide the service nationally to judges and court staff. And so I have a couple of my own private clients that I work with, and then I have a team of coaches on staff as well. And I do team coaching, which I love. It's in the context of the work that I work in, it's usually with a group. of an administrative group. So usually it's a supervisor, director, or manager, and then their staff. And they come up with 1 or 2 different team goals that they want to work towards, and then you coach them towards successfully implementing those goals. So it's a fascinating process, and and I think it overall helps me in all of my work, whether I'm formally coaching or working with people, because of the modality that I've learned through it.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you on that. Any further comments? Commissioner Gamble?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Kristen, going through this process and leading up to it, and I contacted a number of county administrators that highly respected, multiple years in the position, and I would ask them the question, in one word, what is the number one thing that you think that a county administrator should bring to the position? And they said relational. You've touched on that multiple times, but things don't get done unless we develop, cultivate, and nourish relationship. And trust, which you've identified, is hugely important. When I asked them the opposite, what is the number one red flag in one word? Controlling. I think people feel that they're left out, they're not actively listened to, and so
Yep.
those things, as to your question, what are the values, I think those 2 things are noted.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate you answering my question, because as you know, I'm learning here as well, and I need to make sure that this is a good fit for me. I've worked very hard professionally throughout the years, and so I want to make sure that any changes I make are a good personal fit. So I really appreciate you sharing what you think is important in the next administrator as well.
Anything else you'd like to ask?
I just am curious about, do we have staff in the back of the room, or if, okay. Well, it's nice to see staff, so I just want to acknowledge them and thank you for having me here as well and listening
Maybe
to my
some
comments.
community members as
And
well.
some community members, okay. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. Well, we thank you for your time.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it, and the fact that you could have a good weekend up here, too.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you
Thanks
so
again.
much.
Yeah.
Do you want me to hand this in to you, Pat?
No,
No?
no, you
Okay.
certainly don't have to.
Okay.
Put it in the baby book.
Sounds good.
Memoir.
And good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe in your travel.
Thank you.
That's in O'Hare, I imagine.
Yes, we
Yeah,
will.
yeah.
Good morning, everyone. We welcome Samuel
Thank
Hummel
you.
to our courthouse and to Grand Marais and Cook County. We have a group of questions here. I will start with the first one, and I'll end with the last one.
Okay.
We'll introduce ourselves. We all represent different districts. So I'm Jenny Storley, and I represent the West End, which is Lutsen, Tofty, Schroeder, and part of Pike Lake area.
I'm Deb White. I represent District 1, which is the east end of the county, which includes the sovereign nation of Grand Portage, and then Hovland and part of Colville. Did I miss anyone? No. That's it. East End.
Morning, Sam. I appreciate your investment of time and energy in this process. And I'm Gary Gamble. I'm Commissioner in District 2, which is the east end of Grand Marais.
Good morning, Sam. I'm Dave Mills, District 3, which is west side of Grand Marais over to the Cascade River.
Good morning, Sam. I'm Ann Sullivan, District 4 Commissioner. So from north of Grand Marais all the way to the end of the Gunflint Trail is the primary part of my district, all the way to Canada, and then a little bit off to the east to Colville, adjusting the boundary recently so that I share some space there with Commissioner White.
Thank you all.
At times, you may see folks coming and going.
That's fine.
Different department folks are going to join us at their leisure. So the first question I'll start with, please tell us what interests you about Cook County Administrator position, and how will you adjust to living in a small community in northeastern Minnesota?
So I grew up outside of a farm in Kansas, a small town. So I'm used to small towns. I like small communities. That's where I'm comfortable at. Whether it be Minnesota or someplace else, it's just a better view here, I think. It's very much, I mean, the beauty here, I'm a very outdoors person. I like skiing, I like hunting and fishing and hiking a lot. So it's just a beautiful and a great opportunity for me and my family that, to come here.
Okay, thank you.
A county administrator's leadership style is essential to organizational success. What do you consider to be 3 important leadership qualities that you would bring to the county?
So, first off, we're going to get to the next question with servant leadership, but that's my default function, and that's who I've been. That's who I've been all my life. So we'll talk. Limiting it to 3 makes it very difficult. But I would say, that being open. I allow myself to be open to everybody. I'm always honest. I will not, if I don't know something, I will always tell you, I don't know that. Let me find out. I'm very big on I never make a promise I can't keep. So if I say something, I mean it, and if I don't know, I'll say, I don't know yet. Let me gather more information, let me get some input, let me see what we can do. But I don't know yet. And on top of that, feeds right into being trustworthy. What I say is what I mean. I'm just open. I'm a very open book type of person. And so I'm very good at communicating and expressing. I make a point all the time that I'm out of the office lots of times. So before the end of the day, I will return everybody's call that ever called me when I was out of the office before I go home. I always make it a point to, if somebody made an effort to reach out to me, I will reach back out that very same day and see if we can arrange something, or at least leave a message for them and let them know when I will be available.
Thank you, Sam. To the servant leadership question, servant leadership is thought to be a style that might work well in Cook County. What do these 2 words, servant and leadership, mean to you, and how do you practice servant leadership?
So, to me, the 2 words, servant, is that you're here to serve. You're looking out for the best interest of the whole county. It's taking in information. It's gathering information. It's having those reaching out to community engagement, reaching out to the individuals in the community, seeing what they think about it. And it's reaching out to staff. They are the experts in the fields of what they're doing and gathering information from them. So that's what, to me, what the servant means. It means being available and reaching out and putting other interests beforehand, others before myself. Leadership is kind of helping move a team together in a solid direction. I'm very big on SMART goals, having sustainable, measurable goals that you can lay out and have timelines to, and have deadlines so you can measure it so you know on the right track. I'm very big on consistency building, bringing groups together. When I worked at Wichita State, we did a lot of work with coalitions. And a lot of times a group of coalitions, there's nobody's the leader. Everybody has different funding sources, and they all have different ideas, but bringing those groups together to form a common vision and then developing those action steps on what we'll do to make it happen is something that I really enjoy. So servant leadership, what it looks like in the workforce is that I'm going to trust my workers. I'm going to listen to them. I value them. I've always made it a point to, on everybody's birthday, to send them a personal card, a birthday card. And I think it's good for the organization to give them, it might only be just a can of Coke, or you need to know what they like. So if it's Coke, Pepsi, or if it's coffee, tea, a can of Coke and a candy bar or whatever, or granola bar or whatever they're into. But just so they know that, hey, they are recognized. And then to recognize them with, 5-year achievements, 15-year, 10-year achievements, recognizing them for the work they do is very important to me, because we all can't survive without them. Our lives it's a mess. So I value them and support them. I'm very big on trainings, and I like to have either myself or my staff to interview them about, okay, tell me what's going on in your job. How can we do it better? Is there a resource you need? Is there a new tool you need? Is there what do you think you would make your department better? And let's hear about it. So I value listening to them and understanding them. I listen first for understanding. Whenever I've had countless people come into my office upset with something or another, but I never had anybody leave upset, because I always listen for understanding first. I can't talk or communicate or work with somebody in a conflict until I understand where they're coming from, what values are pushing these issues for them. And then I can talk to them and tell them where the county's coming from, where the city's coming from, or even just listening and giving them resources out there that they need. So I listen first. So other things that servant leadership means to me is it's doing the will of the county and the county commissioners. I mean, as a group, you're here to give direction. So I'm here to take that direction and put it into action steps and move it forward. So that's how I serve.
Thank you.
Thank you. What have you found to be most beneficial and most detrimental in building an effective working relationship with the county board chair and the other commissioners?
So that communication is key. Whenever I would communicate with my city councils, I would make sure that I would communicate the same to all of them. So everybody knows that they're getting the same information. I'm there to take direction from the full council, the full commission. So I give, sure, we'll meet one-on-one, we'll discuss other issues, but that's more of almost like a resident, a citizen, because there's no direction from the commissioner at that point, because it's not from the whole commission. So I like to build clear communications. I like to make sure that the financial reports that you receive every month are gives you a clear departmental understanding of where everything's at. This is where we're at this last month, this is how much we spent, this is how much we spent last year at this month, this is how much we spent a year up to date, this is how we're all in the budget. Those can be easily lined out, and then if you want more information, detail, but that's very important to me. In my last 2 jobs, there was a lot of capital improvement projects, a lot of projects going on, so I found it very helpful to send every 2 weeks, like the major project updates. And I have some project management software that I use that allows me to break out the project into individual steps, whatever it may be, and develop timelines, and you can graphically show it so it's easy to see where we're at. But give every 2 weeks, or just 2 weeks of report explaining where we're at on this project, and are we on time, or if something happened, explain what happened so you can know that it's how it's commissioning. I don't like for you guys to be surprised. If I know something's going on in the county, I'm going to let you know as soon as I can. Now, if you hear something first, then it will be news to me when I talk to you about it. But I will find out what's the best way to communicate: text, email, phone calls, or whatever. But as soon as I know something, whether it's small, and I'll usually tell you, hey, we're handling it. Don't worry about it. We got it under control. But in case somebody asks you in the community, hey, I heard this, well, we got it under control. And this is what we're doing.
Sam, if you could please share an example of how you've built trust and transparency with employees in a past leadership role, and how did you ensure staff were heard and felt valued?
So it goes back to those other questions with the staff, but I tried to get to know them as much as I can one-on-one. I go out to their site. I go out working with them. I want to see what's going on at the health department, what's going on at the different places. In the city's water issues were always, well, one wasn't in Kiowa because we were solving it all, but in a whole new water system, but the other one we had water issues and stuff. So, when there was a break in the line, I would be bringing pizza at night. The guys got to work, so they need to eat too. So I'm always out there with them. Something happens, they know I'm available. I'm going to rely upon their expertise. I'll ask them, what are your thoughts? How can we handle this situation? And if, still unclear, I come up with an idea. I said, tell me why this won't work. I'll assume that, there's reasons why. I want them to be able to tell me, and be honest, why this will or will not work. And that's my approach with that. Before, I like to recognize them. They're the ones that do all the work. So they need to be recognized for that work and appreciated for that work. So that's how I build the trust. And I like to, if there's something going on with staff, I like to have deadlines and tell them, okay, is this reasonable? Can we get this done by this time? How are we going to get it done? Are there steps that we need to do? But have deadlines of expectations of when I say, well, I'd like this done, it's not, well, when, how much, what do you mean, what does done look like, what are the expectations? I like to have those mapped out.
Thank you.
A meaningful candidate will have the ability to understand the intricacies of an organizational structure, their culture, and dynamics. Tell us how your organizational awareness has benefited a prior employer in making meaningful changes or improvements.
So I learned early on in the Peace Corps that you don't go into a community and expect that you have the answers for them. This is their community, and whatever project's going on, it needs to be their projects. There was stories in the past of, building a well in the middle of the village, and it was always broken. Because, the women walked 2 miles to go, well, a mile, whatever, to the river to wash clothes. They needed water. They need to put a well in. Well, it gets broken. Because the women didn't want to. You took away their socialization. You took away their opportunities to coach each other, to support each other. Because otherwise, everybody would come to the river, the water, and just go back to their house. But at the river, they all could help and talk, and it was their socialization, and you took that away without asking. So whenever I go into a community, I don't have grandish ideas on how to solve anything. I'm there to listen first, observe, and kind of work with them. So those are important to the structure. An example, I took a job with the Kansas Corporation Commission. In Kansas, there's a lot of oil wells, and we probably have over 20,000 abandoned ones across the state. So I ran a program where we would go in and use state money and plug them. Well, I came into the program, and there was basically one plugger that plugged for 95% of all the wells in the state. And I said, this is not working. This is not efficient. This is not, we're not getting them plugged as quick as we need to. So I went into the private industry and I talked to the oil field and said, how do you guys contract with pluggers to plug your, they have a system that works. The state system, to me, did not work. So I listened to them and I found out how they contracted with them, and I redesigned a system with the help of them, and I got the state to approve it, which was a major accomplishment, of how we would pay and do things. And I went back and I checked it with the pluggers and got them excited. And once I got everything approved, then I went out and I had 4 listening sessions across the state where I invited potential oil pluggers to come and listen to me. In the morning, I explained the program, and I explained how they would be reimbursed, how they would be paid, and how we would contract with them and bid process. And in the afternoon, if they were still willing to come back, then I walked them through the process of how to become a state vendor. Because it doesn't do any good to tell them about it if they don't understand the process of how to be a state vendor. So I walked them through the whole process, the whole application process of being a state vendor, and got the state to put it back out again. And in all 4 districts, we had at least 8 pluggers, and in some we had 12. Now, some of those pluggers overlapped in different districts, but we were able to combine projects together. It was more feasible for them, and they were willing to bid on it if they could come out and do 5 or 6 of them versus just doing one at a time. So we were able to do it more efficiently, save money, and effectively and quicker. So if I don't know something, I'll go out and find it. There's resources out there for just about everything, and there's experts. So that's how I handle the situation. We're looking for the organizational structure. In Kiowa, I redesigned the trash routes, after doing analysis. We did analysis on the maintenance of the electrical system and said, okay, well, here's some best practices, here's some other things, here's how we can change it to make it more effective and efficient, so we can, have better service to the community.
Thank you.
Describe a situation that you believe demonstrates your integrity and ethical strengths.
So I hold integrity as being a high value of mine. When I was working for the city of Kiowa, the mayor was also the insurance provider for the city and had been for a number of years. So after much talk, council agreed that we'll start to bid it out and do a process and everything else. So I got bidders to come in, we went through the process, got everything running, but then we still had challenges with the mayor. So I talked to the attorney, and we talked, and then the 2 of us worked out, hey, we'll have a training on conflict of interest and how do you handle it for the whole board, for the whole council. So whenever there's anything that the council might be not following through the way they need to be, I always take it to the city attorney or the county attorney and help them kind of work through, let's get this solved together. There was other incidents but some I'm not allowed to speak about. So,
Thank you. Please describe your involvement and preferred methodology in the budgeting and financial process of your organization, as well as your experience with long-range financial planning.
so I think it's before you even think about the budget, it's critical to have a capital improvement plan at some point. I mean, there's roads in this county, there's bridges. We need to know what's going to be needed in the future. Long-term, what are the things coming up? Is there a new software system that we need to be changing because the old software system is going to be out of whack and they won't support it anymore because it's not on the web and you have to move up to the, whatever it may be, we need to know, hey, we got these changes coming down for capital improvement. I'm very, very big on strategic planning and knowing where the county, the community wants to go, and then developing actual action steps on doing those. So a lot of times those takes money. But when it comes down to the individual budget, I'm always throughout the year with my ear towards what's going on economically around us. What are they looking at the tax trends, seeing if things are changing anything. I like to start out first with my budgets with, doing a complete analysis from prior years and doing some projections. And then that will at least give me an idea of how things are moving in the future. And then I like to meet with the department heads. And then it's their budget. I'm not going to tell them how to run their budgets, but at least I can give them some insight into, hey, this is what we're seeing. This is, hey, you had this big increase of 15% this year and 10% last year. What's going on? Or was it special equipment you needed? So we can understand and help them look at what their needs are. And then we put the budget together and see how things are going, what we can do. We also need from the commissioners priorities. When things are tight, there's so many things we'd love to do, but the finances are tight. So that's the toughest part about your job is setting those priorities of saying, yes, we would love to do this, but we cannot at this time. These are the priorities right now of the county. This is our goals, and this is where, and then myself, the staff, has to be able to develop a plan to make those priorities work. But that's where we need, when things get tight, and when that long-range planning, we need to input from the commissioners on what do they want, what do they see, and the needs to move forward.
Sam, describe your experience in developing a strategic direction for an organization and integrating this decision into budgets, long-term financial plans, and department goals.
So when I worked at Wichita State University, I probably worked on at least a dozen strategic plans, working with cities, working with Chamber of Commerce's, whole communities, a lot of nonprofit organizations. And the key to me is not just developing that strategic plan, it's that next step that comes afterwards. And that's where you have to set goals that are measurable, that are in a timeline, and how we're going to get things done. What resources do we need to get things done? A lot of times you have a strategic plan, and it's great, and we're going to be self-sustaining businesses, such and such, but it drops off there. Well, what does that mean? How are you going to measure that? What is that? In practical, it has to be able to be applied and measured. So the process is a lot of communication. I mean, when you do it, it needs to be communication. It shouldn't be just a handful of people deciding. I'm very big on community engagement and engaging the whole community on what things need to what they would like. That education and communication is also educating the public on the challenges. Where are where we are fiscally, because they have dreams that are great, grandiose, that we would all love. But this is a small county and a large area. So it's hard to do that. So there's a lot of communication that needs to be understood. So that's one way I would strive to do that.
Thank you, Sam.
You're welcome.
Sam, how would you initiate and sustain a meaningful relationship with tribal nations?
So in Purcell, I worked very, very closely with the Chickasaw Nation. They were a huge asset for me on understanding a lot of the federal grant projects and stuff. I mean, they were one of the resources I used. And their economic development person would come down every 2 months, and we would just sit down and talk about what they have going on, what we have going on, and what we have jointly going on. This might be an opportunity for me. I had a great relationship and everything in Kiowa. We really enjoyed it, but I did foster care for 17 years, and in that time we adopted our son. And he's African American, Native American, and Anglo. And when we moved to Kiowa, it was like, you don't belong here, we don't want you here. And we ended up pulling him from the school and homeschooling for 2 years. And then he really wanted to go into really school, so that's why we left Kiowa. And my brother worked in the oil field, and his great-grandfather that was raising his brother also worked in the oil field, so we had a connection. They lived up close to my farm, my parents' farm, so every time I would go out to the farm, swing by and pick up his brother and take him out to the farm. So then they moved down to Oklahoma, and then we kind of moved closer to be closer to them also, because the Chickasaw Nation, we developed, even before we moved down there, a close relationship with them, that they allowed us to adopt him without going through other ICWA laws. And the tribal advocated for him to be placed with us. So he was being able to place. So I'm very open, and the way that sustain meaningful relationship is that listening for understanding. I'm always going to meet with them and listen to them and understand where they're coming from, and then kind of dream together about projects we can work on together. How we can use our limited resources together to make things happen.
Thank you. Describe a time when you made a mistake at work. How did you deal with this situation, and what was the outcome?
So, I had a situation where had a new city clerk came in, and we gave her all the outlines on how everything, what was due, and reports. But I didn't, it's like that trust but verify. She told me the reports were filed and they weren't. And then when there was court notices we ended up having, the state was going to take us to court over it. We finally got the notice, that she went to the post office and, it was just terrible. So we had to, I didn't let her go right away. We tried to work things out. We tried to explain. I took over, because I had done the year before that, water report, meaning of all our usages and how we did it. And, it's a very elaborate report. But she assured me that it was all done, and she was working on these other ones, and it wasn't done. And in fact, she didn't have a clue how to do it, but she never asked. So I give timelines and everything that needs done and book, but in the end, we ended up having to part ways, because then there was other things going on too. I showed her how to do that report, and I showed her how to do other ones, but it just did not work out. So it was a lesson learned that, yes, I need to see the reports, the big reports, before they're turned in, to know for sure, and to give them another glance, to make sure they're done right.
Sam, an employee brings to your attention as county administrator that they believe that a coworker who is going through personal challenges is using opioids, and they are afraid to bring it up to their supervisor. How would you address this situation?
Well, we can't have somebody using opioids and operating equipment. I mean, that's just, and we don't know for sure. I'll have to check and see what the policy is and everything in personnel, but they might need to be tested and seen. And if they are, then we need to get them some help. We need to see what's available, and I would talk to them personally and find out what's going on in their lives. Tell me what's going on in your life. What challenge, there's things that's going on. I did a lot of work at Wichita State on trauma-informed care and working with schools, and we actually did some training of police departments on trauma learning, and of course doing 17 years of foster care. All of my children went through trauma. So I'm very big on finding out what's going on in people's lives. If something's, if somebody's even late to work, that's not this, I want to know what's going on. That's the first question, is what's going on in your life. Not why did you do that or what's wrong with you or anything like that, but what's going on in your life. I approach things with staff as a learning opportunity. If something doesn't go right the way we expected it, then this is a learning opportunity. Hey, let's dive in and see what went wrong. What can we do differently? What resources do you need to do it right? What's going on? And then we can analyze it and see how we can do things better and correct the situation so it doesn't happen again.
Thank you. How will you assess the county's strengths and weaknesses and identify opportunities for improving the organization?
By asking a lot of questions, by getting input. Strengths and opportunities is kind of the traditional standard of doing strategic planning, but there's other ones I've worked with also, but that's going to take time, and it's going to take a lot of input from other people. But I'm going to listen and try to figure those out and always be on the alert for what's going on. I'm very big on Covington's good to great, and you do something that's good, like your community and the natural beauty, you capitalize on that, and you take what you do well and you make it great. So take those opportunities to do what you do well, concentrate on those, and do it great.
Thank you. What are 3 high-level goals you would seek to accomplish in the first 3 months of starting?
So within that first 3 months, the first month, I would like to have, with the commission, goals that we agree upon for the next 90 days and 6 months. I want to have that discussion from you on what your expectations are and your goals. And this is what you want to see. If everything went well, what would it look like in 6 months, in a year? My priorities for that first, you say few months, 90 days, would be that communication. Getting to know the communities, each and every community, and the commissioners, the staff, being available in public meetings for me to get to know and to gain insight into the community. That's going to be my number one goal, is building relationships. Because I can't develop any other goals until I listen and understand the community first.
Sam, what energizes and what deflates you? And how in your position will you alleviate stress and avoid burnout?
So, I'm energized by challenges, brainstorming new ideas. Some people might call it a little off to whatever, but I enjoy doing budgeting because it's like it's like a big puzzle. Challenges. So I'm always energized by meeting new people and trying to find new ways. What deflates me is, I think, individuals not being honest. I mean, I can't work with people if they can't give me an honest answer. That's, or unwilling to sit down and have conversations. How I evaluate, stress, burnout. I enjoy my family. I enjoy being in the outdoors. Whatever season it is, it doesn't matter. I just enjoy my family and being outdoors.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we're getting toward the end here. What will signal you to being successful as a Cook County administrator?
Well, what would signal me would be that we are on the right track with those goals that we set out. I mean, because I want to know and set up those measurable goals and saying, hey, this is where we were, this is where we're at, and this is where we're going. So as long as, I'm meeting the expectations of the commission and the goals that you guys want, working together with the staff, that's is what going to signal my success.
So I would ask anyone on the board if they have any further clarification needed.
Follow-up questions? What would you like to know?
If
No?
not, then, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah. What do you see as your greatest challenges right now?
Budget?
Uncertainty.
Yes.
I think the challenge is always, it's said repetitively, and it might be because we parrot what we hear, but it's trying to do more with less. You express that you like challenges. It tends to energize you.
Mhm.
And I think that we can see those as opportunities, or we can see those things as bummers. And certainly there's a challenge that if you can energize processes that get people to come together to accept that challenge as an opportunity, doing more with less, and that translates in building trust and relationship with the community too, when you see you're good stewards of their finances.
Yes. And I always come from the point that this is not my money. I try not to let it get to me, but if I see, the Parks Department having 3 4-wheel drive vehicles, or a department that only drives up and down, it bothers me. It bothers me when I come into as a new administrator and there's $20,000 worth of computer system, when 2,000 will be adequate. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's but it's not my money. I'm very fiscal conservative at home, and so I'm even more at work. I'm very responsible with it, and I like to sit down with staff, and it's amazing what they come up with for how, to make their departments more efficient. Sometimes it means spending a little bit of money, but in the end, it's going to save. Or sometimes it's just questioning and redoing a system we have. So it's a challenge this small, because every year, the budgets are going up, and the health insurance has been. I've looked at your budgets and everything else. I don't know. Needs to be another way to help get some of those things under control.
We belong to different organizations, nationally and locally, and we're always waiting for that email to say, you're going to have to pivot because you aren't going to get the money that you think you're going to get. So that we're always facing that. And every 2 years, we get new folks on the board.
Mhm.
So then we have to help them understand, how the importance of decision makings on budget. We have a budget committee, so we also are part of that. And so we try to cover as many areas as we can, from asking department heads to look at their budget, as you said, and to be flexible also.
It's a good sized budget, but there's so many deliverables and services that you have. And that's the unique thing about county, is that they're very diverse and very different. It's different from a city perspective, that a county is so much broader and different spectrums versus just working it's a lot easier to define inside a city. So.
I like your point about coming into a community and kind of, as I say, taking our temperature and looking around and meeting people and understanding how our city council works and how we work with the public and so forth, and then slowly getting down to some more specific things to work on.
Well, this is your community. I'm never going to be the arrogant one to come in and tell you what to do. I'll learn, and we can come up with creative solutions. But I got a little bit of time, so just like in Kiowa, which was a very rural. It was about 90 miles from the nearest interstate and major city, and it had at one time had like 5 welding shops, but they were down to none then. So we were looking at, how can we economically, what can we do to get our businesses? A lot of my economic developments was just sustaining the businesses that were there during and after COVID. But then we started to look long term, and it took a little while for me to convince the community to look into a small solar plant that would help offset their cost, because we provided power, and we would purchase it on abroad for the year, and then we'd have a peak time. But any other time we went beyond those, we had to pay on day-ahead prices. And so the solar just made so much sense. It would cover a highest cost area at a lowest, and this is a farming oil and gas community. But we got them all on board. We didn't get it through. We applied for a number of grants, and we were working with some. They kept changing on different things, but we were working even with doing privately and having a company come in and do it, and then we could buy them off after the tax incentives were done. But looking at it where we could actually lower the electrical rate so we could put some incentives in for businesses to come there and benefit to all the citizens too. So that's just a kind of an example of thinking outside the box and looking at ways to do things. So, does that give you a question, Dave?
Yeah, just as far, no, not another question, but just to answer your question about our biggest challenges, a little more specifics, is our community, I'd say, is housing and childcare, and then sustainable development. It's pretty mind-boggling to see how any family can really move, buy a house here and then live within the wages that are provided. There's just this discrepancy between the market and then the other market.
And
So finding a way to work through all of that and to continue to help our community thrive is very challenging.
And you just throw the childcare in on top of that, which is a huge, it has to be good childcare. You know, and when we did foster care, we targeted from 0 to 5 years old because we wanted the greatest impact we could have on them. And those are the critical ages, and it needs to be good. And then you throw in seasonality of here, where the work might not be, you know, it makes it even harder. So, it is a challenge in most communities. I'm glad you're facing it. I mean, eyes open. In Purcell, we just started to, well, they never looked at the housing and they never thought of it, but 70% of my workers couldn't live in town because they couldn't afford it. Because it was either trailer houses or apartments that need to be condemned, or they couldn't afford it. So there has to be a livable housing, that a new school teacher could come to your community and take a job and be able to afford it. So, that's a challenge that is near and dear to my heart, which it's a hard one, and it will not be handled overnight.
So that's community challenges, and then within our organization, I would say there's been a lot of staffing changes, a lot of
Really?
retirements, so a lot of people moving on to other directions, and so retention in the job market, of course, is still not growing, and it won't, at least in Minnesota, for another, I think, 10 years, and so there's that challenge that really through COVID has been
So with
felt
the
hardest.
staff, is it mainly retirements, or are there also losses?
They're both, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully we can build a staff that, they feel appreciated and valued enough that this is their family, and that we could actually start poaching people from other areas to come and be part of that family, that it becomes a place where, yeah, that's a great place to work.
And we're certainly making progress, but that's just another of our organizational challenges. So.
Well, it's good to have the eyes open, because it's, they need to be valued and heard, and it's such specialty. I mean, the things they do, it's hard to, you can't just pull somebody off the street and put them into that employment, because most of them have specialties that, it takes a while to learn or be trained and stuff, so. Well, that's something to look forward to. Any other questions?
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you for having
We appreciate your
me.
journey here, and have a good, safe trip back.
All right, I hope so. Thank you all, and it'd be interesting to hear.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Don't.
Just going to get you on camera.
I'm not using it, so here.
We're just going to get you on camera.
I know.
Thank you.
There we are. Good morning, Nurja.
Good morning.
Welcome to Grand Marais and Cook County.
Thank you. So glad to be
Appreciate you.
here.
Yes. So we'll do a little introduction so you kind of understand. We're divided into different districts. And so
Here you go.
I'm
Oh,
Ginny
you got it. If
Storley,
you
and
need
my
more.
district is, when you came up the shore, you had Schroeder, Tofty, and Lutzen.
Yes.
And then a little bit on inland called Pike Lake. So that's my area that I cover.
And I'm Deb White, and I'm on east of Ginny, and I'm on the east end of the county, which includes the tribal nation of Grand Portage, and then the unorganized territory of Hovland, and then part of Colville and so on and shore. So
Morning, Nurja. I appreciate your investment of time and energy in this process. And I'm Commissioner Gary Gamble. I'm in District 2, which is the smallest of the districts, but our claim to fame is the world's best donuts. And
Oh,
so,
yes, we got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm on the east end of Grand Marais.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Nurja. I'm Dave Mills, District 3, which is the west side of Grand Marais over to Cascade River.
Good morning, Nirja. I'm Ann Sullivan, District 4 Commissioner. My area would be north of the city of Grand Marais, all the way to the end of the Gunflint Trail, up towards Canada, and then east of the community over towards Colville.
Nice.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We're very spread out.
Yes.
So I'll begin the questioning, and I will end with the questioning. And we'll start off with, the first question is, please tell us what interests you about Cook County Administrator position, and how will you adjust to living in a small community in northeastern Minnesota?
All right. I think the two questions are related. One is like kind of, as you can see, I'm a first-generation immigrant woman from India. So what really interested me in this position was I have a unique, I don't find a lot of people with the kind of life situation I have, but I have a unique mixture of direct practice, policy, and advocacy. So I have done three things all my life. I started working at 21. I'm not going to tell how old I am right now.
We can ask a question.
Yes, I saw that. Yes. So while I am on this journey of like kind of, being a mental health professional, then working at Department of Human Services as Deputy Director for Medicaid programs. And then I'm like, it's just, I need more, like really get to the ground level. So I came to Hennepin County, which DHS is still not happy with me. So came to Hennepin County, started like ground level work, and then I got this Bush Fellowship on my leadership. So the Bush Fellowship really took me to the areas where I could have never gone. And then I realized I need to feel uncomfortable to grow. Not unsafe, to uncomfortable to grow. So while I'm doing my Bush Fellowship work, I went to the University of Minnesota, completed my master's in civic engagement. And one of the ground rules of civic engagement is you cannot be in a box. You need to get out. You need to feel uncomfortable. So looking through all that, I saw Cook County position. I'm like, oh, this is a position where I can use all my life experience. I'm not going to say just skills. All my life experience, be part of the community, because I grew up in a small town where everybody knew each other. Be part of the community and just find my corner. I just feel this is my corner. I want to build it earnestly. And in my life situation, both kids are in college. You can guess my age then. And I love animals, and this seems like a perfect.
Okay, thank you.
a county administrator's leadership style is essential to organizational success. What do you consider to be more important leadership qualities that you would bring to the county? 3 important leadership.
Got it. My leadership style is very human-centered. If any one of you is interested, I would love to send you my capstone project for the University of Minnesota I did. It is titled Rehumanize Humans in Human Services. Humans who we are serving in human services are often seen as cases, as caseloads, as files. Oh, I need to just kind of finish one more and then I need to go and eat my lunch. I need to pick my kid. So one more. And the person who is doing it, like our direct providers, our workforce, they are also dehumanized. They are under so much pressure, they are under so much stress. So my style is rehumanize every human being who is involved. That includes me, that includes you, Commissioner, that includes the person who is sitting at the reception, and that includes the person who's coming in to seek our help, rather in any capacity. So it's very much like kind of human-centered rehumanization of humans. The second is, I often say to my students, because I teach, is like kind of, in this work, we are often chasing the cows while building the fence. We don't get the luxury of like kind of, okay, let me build the fence. There are no cows. No cows are every day. Every day people need our help. While systems are either collapsing or there are big holes in the fence. So we are doing both. So what I have learned over the course of like last more than 2 decades is get a systems level thinking, leadership grounded in the experience of direct service. So I don't have any problem in getting my hands dirty. I'm a behavioral health professional. So I have no problems. Even when I was a clinical supervisor, I would love to go and see clients. So here, if we have like, somebody working on SNAP benefits, and we understand, given the federal cuts, given the changes in Medicaid rules, there are going to be some issues. How is our worker, the human who is going to be explaining the benefits to the recipients, is going to explain to them in a way, making sure that, there is a chance that next week your benefits would be cut to half. So you get $600 per week, there's a chance you will get $300. And what we do is, what system does is, we just put it on the worker, here are the new directions that came from the feds, then the state interpreted it, our budget is in deficit. The worker is, okay, what does it has to do with me? Nothing, but everything. But we are asking that worker to be the messenger. I have no problem. I would love to go with that person. Let's sit together and talk to the humans who are coming to get our help. We both will make mistakes and we both will learn. But I'm not going to leave my team alone with that. That is my focus of leadership. I'll make mistakes. I can tell you right now, I will make mistakes. I might come to one of your offices and say, So the third thing is what I have learned in my leadership style, I am not scared of asking for help. When I went to Department of Human Services as the Deputy Director of Behavioral Health Administration, I don't know, we were in media everywhere. There was like a 29 million overpayment. There was like this, there was that. And we had health administration who dealt with Medicaid right across the hallway. And I was like, when was the last time we talked? Oh, we don't talk to each other. So I went and sat outside the office of, I won't say her name, but she's retired now, and then I have to bring her for lunch. But I sat outside her office. I was like, you tell me when you have time. And she looked at me and she was like, okay. She looked at me and she was like, okay. And then finally she was like, come in. And then I was like, I need help. Because if we are not going to be talking, you are not going to be helping me, we will not be able to deal with these 29 million and 31 million and all these issues. And who's going to suffer? People in Minnesota who are dying due to substance use disorder, who are dying of like opioid withdrawals, who are dying. And she's like, yeah, it was a pretty emotional conversation. There was history coming up and all that. Like, just teach me. Tell me what needs to be done. Because I cannot know it all. 10 years ago, I was not an expert in Medicaid. I can't say I am even now, but at least I learn. I'm a lifelong student. And I used to try for A's, now I'm happy with B's. But I learned from that woman so much. I was like, I wish we could just scan your brain and keep it before you retire. But, so I am not scared of asking for help. I will come to any one of you. I will go to my residents. I will go to the person who runs the gas station. Just help me. And that's the modeling I want for my team. We ask for help. We don't act that we know everything, we're good. So,
Thank you. Nirja, please tell us what interests you about, no, sorry, wrong one. Change the page over.
okay.
I need to ask for help here. Number 3, yeah, servant leadership is thought to be a style that might work well in Cook County. What do these 2 words, servant and leadership, mean to you, and how do you practice servant leadership?
Servant leadership, like really, it's at the heart of what I do. And again, it was not what I was. I have evolved over the course of these years through people who really taught me, through my education, through my experiences, through clients I served. I have learned that as a servant leader, I need to listen, not to respond. That's my first mantra. As a servant leader, I do not listen to quickly respond, because that's why, like, kind of, my husband always says, like, yeah, bureaucrats, you guys do that. Okay, well, yeah, you just asked me a question. I won't even let you finish the question. I have an answer. Because it is so much pressure to perform, to look good in front of my board, to look good in front of my boss, no, I listen and understand. And I have seen in my practice as a behavioral health professional, I have grown tremendously just by practicing that. I am okay feeling uncomfortable. Discomfort has really kind of taught me that that's the way I grow. I have learned as a servant leader to differentiate between feeling uncomfortable and feeling unsafe. I question myself. Is it because this person across the table who on titles is 5-6 levels below on the org chart is asking something that I am feeling uncomfortable, or I'm feeling threatened that this person is going to harm me? 99.9%, it's uncomfortable. I have had clients where the real danger was there because I work with people who are suffering from mental illness. But 99.9%, it's me feeling uncomfortable. Me feeling like kind of just unsafe and like just kind of, my position. I am the boss here. How dare you question? So that's like for me, the most important crux of servant leadership I have developed over the course of time. And that's what Humphrey taught me. These 2 years at Humphrey were the best of my life because I was not going to school for job. I was going to school to learn. I don't have to pass a license. I've already done all the licensing stuff. But it was so much learning. In being a servant leader, I just feel community is my best teacher. It's the taxpayers' money that's paying for me. It's the taxpayers' money that I'm sitting and signing the checks for. So they are the ones that I need to go to learn about the needs. So yeah, I can go on and on, but so this is all my project thesis on servant leadership.
Thank you, Nirja. What have you found to be most beneficial and most detrimental in building an effective working relationship with the county board chair and other commissioners?
Wow, okay. Well, I have not worked with like county board. County board, I worked at Hennepin, but I have worked all my life with DHS as with the legislators. So the aura is the same, I should say that, elected officials. What I have found super helpful is clarity and alignment with the board's values. And then, a sense of mutual respect. But when I say mutual respect, I would see my board as my core team who will have my back. Not seen as someone who I am just going to be like kind of, giving you information that you want to hear. At Hennepin, I see that, like sometimes when I'm like, oh, the commissioner wants like kind of, I'll give you an example just recently. What is the percentage of people who are using the 988 crisis service, right? And we are investing a lot of money in that. So one is, I will just kind of give a number. I have data, I can give the number, and then that's end of it. But I think the commissioner, they are elected officials. They're super, super smart people. they will understand the context if I provide. So while I am sending that number to the commissioner, I would really want to say, Commissioner, in this area, we have people who don't speak English as their primary language. Or in this area, we have people who historically, like in this case, we would just say, our tribal nation residents who do not have trust in Western white system. So Commissioner, I want you to be aware of that too, and these are the suggestions. 99.99% of the cases, I have seen elected officials picking up the phone and just say, hey, can we talk? But if I am not really treating my board as my core team, but seeing them as someone who I will just kind of feed the information to Commissioner Stroh versus Commissioner White, and then bye-bye. The biggest mistake we public servants do is when we withhold information from the elected officials. Because we feel they don't want to hear the bad news. And if I am here, you guys will hear the bad news nonstop. Because I want you to know. Because if your residents are knocking at your doors, you should know that your administrator is on top of it. Your administrator has really informed you, this is what is going on, this is what I'm doing. Tell me, Commissioner, are you okay with it? But the problem is when we are not being transparent of my mistakes. My core team can't help me at all.
Pooja, could you share an example of how you've built trust and transparency with employees in a past leadership role, and how did you ensure staff were heard and felt valued?
So again, that is my whole mantra. I found mantra 2 years ago, but I was doing it. It's rehumanization of humans in human services. But I just feel without the staff, I'm useless. I go with that philosophy. I can have the best possible logic models. I can have the best possible evidence-based stuff from the world. Because I have access to St. Thomas, I have access to University of Minnesota, I have access to UNICEF library. Bush Fellowship got me access to Congress library. I'm like, that's beautiful. But what am I going to do? Those programs are on the paper. Until and unless the staff who is on the front line, sitting at that reception, is in sync with me on my values, they will not be able to do it. So first thing I do is I am always going to be listening. And listening not to respond, listening to listen, to understand, to demonstrate mutual respect. The second thing is, that's where my mental health training came, is we all as grad students or all that stuff when we were going to schools, we are taught in motivational interviewing. So motivational interviewing is it's just not something like a certification on the paper. It is something when you are interacting with another human being, and in this case, it will be my staff, my teams, I will be asking, what is your cardinal value? So if the cardinal value of my staff is, I want Cook County residents to be happy and healthy. Beautiful. That is the cardinal value of your board. That is the cardinal value of this new administrator. So let's form a strategy how we will achieve this. And it's the science, how we do it. How I learned? I didn't know it until I did the targeted universalism course at UC California, Berkeley. And that was all Bush. I didn't pay for anything. They really sent me to UC California, Berkeley to just learn this model of how they called it line staff in California. I call it humans who are dealing with humans. But it's how we form common goals. Because if I have a staff who's saying, I want every resident in Cook County just suffer miserably, I'm like, dude, you should not be here. Let's find you something else. So again, 99.9% of the people would agree with me on the cardinal value, which is we want residents of Cook County to be healthy, happy. We want cash reserves of Cook County to be in a very healthy position. So the current and future taxpayers don't have burden. Who would disagree with that? So how would I build that? And that's again a science. You guys don't hire me, but I will gladly send the whole paper to you. Because it can be done. It can be done. Was there a part 2 of this question? No. Yeah. So yeah, rehumanizing, and then I often start with questions. That's what I did in Hennepin County. I have like almost, I think, well, with the position cuts, will be less. But I have like 45 direct case managers who are helping people with their mental health related needs, but they are also doing transportation help. They are doing all that stuff. I have area managers, then I have supervisors, then I have the people who are doing the work. On top of it, you have layers of supervision. What I did was, and that was a mistake, I could just kind of go to that question too, but that was a mistake I did. I straight went to my team, totally cut my manager, who were my direct reports. Guess what? They hated me for that. And I apologized. However, working with my team directly, my core team are the people who are dealing with the human beings who are in need. If they are not happy and healthy, there is no way the residents who are coming to them for help are going to be healthy and happy. And they need to see me, like I need to see you all having my back, they need to see me having their back. And that doesn't mean you won't question me, that doesn't mean you won't criticize me, you would. Same thing I'll do. But that is, my staff needs to see I have open door, and I have to draw some, I don't like the word boundaries, but I will say it. I have to draw some boundaries around it, because then people were like, my supervisor gave me a letter of expectation. I want you to do something. And then the supervisor is upset. Why are they going to you? They can come to me. I'm not going to be like kind of override what you did. But it's my listening. And then maybe a lot of times I can just build that bridge, because I'm good at building bridges, to say, hey, did you talk to each other about it? No, we didn't. Then why would you issue a letter of expectation without talking to each other? So I'm presenting a very hopeful perception of human beings. It's not always like that. So just wanted to.
Well, thank you, Nurjit. An ideal candidate will have the ability to understand the intricacies of an organizational structure, culture, and dynamics. Tell us how your organizational awareness has benefited a prior employer in making meaningful changes or improvements.
One thing that comes to my mind is when I was at Department of Human Services, my director, we had integrated mental health and substance use disorder, the huge divisions, totally different administrations. We had integrated those. So it used to have 3 deputy directors, and all of a sudden, I am the only, so it used to have adult mental health director, children's mental health deputy director, and substance use deputy director. And here, all 3 are now under 1 director and 1 deputy director. And right at the same time, Minnesota was getting ready to apply for substance use disorder waiver, 1115. And that's how I saw Cook County's name on that withdrawal management stuff 6 years ago. Again, I like to go with what is the universal goal. Universal goal is, maybe this person from the finance is saying, my universal goal is to make sure you guys get your budget in line and do not come to kind of ask me for more money every month saying it's in red, it's in red. Nope, okay, got it. What's your housing? Housing is, my goal is to make sure we reduce homelessness in Minnesota by this %. Beautiful. Mental health. Mental health is, we want to have more programs where we have more culturally diverse providers speaking languages of the new demographics of Minnesota. Substance use disorder. Our providers are leaving the field because of the low rates. We don't have enough. Finding common grounds in all this. Well, if Minnesota goes for 1115 waiver, we will be able to bill for Medicaid for the services which we were never able to do. So the state and the county funds will be saved. So finance guy, you're going to be super happy, or woman. You're going to be super happy with that, right? Yes. Mental health. Substance use disorder reform, what it would do is, it would really create systems in Minnesota where we'll have co-occurring disorder treatment providers, mental health and substance use. So the silos will be broken. So it would hurt people. The SUD person, substance use disorder, Minnesota, the moment we get approved by the federal government with this reform, immediately our programs would get 15% increase in rate. We were able to find common ground, go with, it's not as easy as I'm saying it, but we were able to do it. Because there were like histories involved, there were like people's past experiences with each other. I don't want to be in this room with this person. Well, don't look at the person, that's what I would say. Just focus on what we have the goal. 15% increase for your providers, right? Yes, 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 perfect. Don't look at that person. Just focus on the goal. So, and then fast forward, last year I went to UC California, Berkeley for my targeted universalism. I'm like, oh, this is science, what I was doing it. You build common targeted goal. And then you see, maybe finance person, just sit with 6 months of red while we bump up the SUD providers, because otherwise if people are going to be leaving the field, you will have all green on your sheet, but people won't have services. So you build those bridges like that. And that's what I have done. And again, I have no problem asking for help. No problem asking for help. And I model it for my staff. Ask for help.
Irja, describe a situation that you believe demonstrates your integrity and ethical standards.
Well, I can explain a situation. You guys can let me know if it is ethical or not. So when COVID hit Minnesota, overnight, we had to change things because for mental health and behavioral health services all across the state. And that included school-based mental health. That included people who were living in their homes and getting these services. Everywhere, nursing homes, everywhere. We were super worried that all that is, people can't go to offices, providers can't come to offices. And telehealth in Minnesota was not used for mental health and substance use the way it's used for physical health. So my boss, who was assistant commissioner at that time, was like, well, we need to do something about it. So I sat in my basement and I just wrote the whole thing, and I had my team on the phone, and I'm like, and I had these people who were like, the provider enrollment people who were like, get in the line. We have 50 other departments who are like kind of asking for help. We can't just kind of help you guys just for your mental health and substance use and school-based and all that stuff. So what I did was I developed a plan saying that legislators allow us, oh, and I also called Office of Minority Health at DC, and they picked the phone. It was amazing. And then I still have her phone number. She was amazing. She was so helpful, that woman. I called them. I'm like, what's your guidance? They're like, at this time, we don't have any guidance. You guys do what you have to do. We will be fine. You guys will not be penalized for doing something which is not, the rules don't apply. I'm like, that's all I needed. So then I developed a whole plan. I talked to my boss. It was like 2 a.m. in the morning, and I was like, Assistant Commissioner, can we go to the legislators and ask to allow us to treat somebody who is doing telehealth as a way, in the similar way as if it was office? Because remember I told you, the provider enrollment was saying systems are not going to change. Your providers won't get paid unless the system is changed, where somebody who is getting telehealth, the system says it's telehealth. Our systems were so old. I'm like, it will take me 10 years, and we need it tomorrow. So I'm like, will we be able to get approval from the legislators allowing us to do telehealth exactly as if it's an office visit? On claims, it will not show. It will show it's an office visit. Legislators agreed. Office of Minority Health agreed. We were able to do that. So while I'm doing it, COVID came, and then I also got approval to use telephone, because a lot of people didn't have internet, especially rural counties, didn't have internet. So we were like, okay, just get telephone and all that stuff. I trusted the integrity of the providers, that once they have the opportunity and the consumer has the availability, especially in rural Minnesota, they will go to audiovisual. I trusted. I talked to provider organizations, especially like Meartab, who was like a rural Minnesota treatment providers. They were phenomenal at that time. I'm like, can you just send memos or anything you can, just asking providers, hey, we are trusting each other at this time. That was a very uncomfortable decision to make. Allowing telephone to be used on the claims, especially when Minnesota had just coming out of those overpayments and stuff with our systems laxity. But I took the decision, and I had my team, my bosses, standing right behind me, saying that we are good, legislators. So then I started thinking, and my team, somebody raised it, Nirja, as COVID was dwindling down, what do you think if people are still using telephone? Because in the system, we don't have a way to find out how many claims were paid. I'm like, you're right. And then also, lot of providers accept Medicaid as a payment because the rates are really not that great. So is it possible that if I'm a provider, I have a client with Medicaid and I have a client with private insurance, Health Partners or anything, and I will do telephone with the Medicaid patient, but I would do audiovisual because Health Partners is not going to allow me to do that. So that was like a huge equity issue. So that's when I was like, let's do a study. And we did a study, we presented to the legislators, everything went fine, providers were doing awesome job, but that was something that kept me up. Because that question was raised, are these providers, or some of these providers, just using telephone for Medicaid patients, because we are still allowing it, but private payers have said no. You at least need to see the patient. So yeah, that was like kind of something. And at Hennepin, I think I do have, I'm still like learning the politics and the laws of the land, you call it. There are some providers I have concerns about. And those are the providers who might be the favorite for the county. So what I again do is I knock at the door. As a commissioner, this is what I know based on my experience, and I know they have been in this area for, can we just pause? And again, so far, 100% of the times, I have been like really given permission to pause when I bring those concerns. Because I go with data, I go with facts. I'm not going to go, I don't like them the way they dress up, so no. I'm bringing you data, I'm bringing you facts, and I'm bringing you stories of people who were served by, and they are your people. So.
Thank you. Please describe your involvement and preferred methodology in the budgeting and financial process of your organization, as well as your experience with long-range financial planning.
That's what my last 10 years have been, honestly. We went from, no, we had surplus, yay, let's do this. Then we have deficit, no. So yeah, but my approach has been, I have dealt with mental health block grants, I have dealt with substance use block grants, I have dealt with the county budgets, I have dealt with private non-for-profit budgets where you write on both the sheets of the paper because you don't have enough paper. I have dealt with international budgeting process when I was like working for organizations serving UNICEF, where we just had to, I still remember, like kind of we used to go on two-wheelers because we didn't have money for taxi. So I would just kind of sit on the back and like, okay, we'll just kind of chip in and say what it is. So I've done all that. When I am going in budgetary exercises with my team and I'm leading or I'm a participant, I go with what's called like priority-based budgeting. And those should align with the strategic goals. Now again, we are dealing with human beings. We are not dealing with factories where we can produce this many and we hit the targets. We are dealing with human beings who are coming to us because either they are in pain or they are in need. So if the priority-based budgeting has to be done with participatory models. One thing Humphrey has taught me is demystify government for the community. Especially government finance, it's unnecessarily complicated. The way we talk to the community, we just kind of think, oh, you won't get it. No. Yeah, community people who are like kind of running their businesses, they know it way better than us. But the problem is that government does not want to be transparent, and they kind of mystify the whole process. So what I learned is you do the priority-based budgeting and you do it with participatory approach. And for that, I will have to be uncomfortable because my positionality as a behavioral health professional, somebody who really cares about housing crisis, somebody who really cares about all the population health, like non-medical transportation, I might be bringing a bias, whereas somebody else might say, no, we need, well, in this area, you would never have problem drinking water. But I have dealt with places where we needed drinking fountains, like in schools. I'm like, oh, I was thinking of getting you guys more therapists. No, we need water. Okay. So I had to change my approach too. I was like totally going the wrong way. When kids are coming out of gym and they're like trying to push the water, there's no water coming. Oh. And I was really thinking, let's get them more therapists. Well, we need therapists too in schools, but that's like kind of, that's what participatory approach is. And then willingness and capacity to change my system. Because I cannot know it all. I need to go to my people to, I used to call with my team, let's do stress test whenever we are doing like kind of financial allocations. And they were like, well, it's not your psychology. Well, yeah, there is an economic stress test we do. And at the county level, I think if we are going to be like kind of repayment of loans or whatever, like levy dollars and all that fun stuff you guys do, it's like, how is it going to impact county's rating, credit rating? How is it going to be impacting county's reserves? Because I don't like red. And I know my finance people would not like red. But how do we do it if we are leaning towards red? And the last thing, the most important thing while doing budget planning is when I'm going to my community, it is, hey, how is it going to impact the current and the future taxpayers? Because we want people to come to Cook County, we want people to invest in Cook County, and if we are not showing smart spending, we will not be able to attract. So how is it going to impact the current taxpayers and also the future taxpayers? And again, I'm just saying it, it's not easy. So, yeah, don't hold me accountable to it like, okay, now let's do it. Yeah.
Just to let you know, Nirja, we've got about another, looks like 9 questions, and we are about 35 minutes into our
Got it.
interview time, so.
Yes.
With great answers. Just
Thank
maybe
you.
some more concise. Yes.
Thank you. Describe your experience in developing a strategic direction for an organization and integrating this decision into budgets, long-term financial plans, and department goals.
I think I just answered like kind of how I integrated the whole substance use disorder reform in Minnesota's plan. I did the financial planning. I found out how this would save the state dollars because we will be able to get Medicaid dollars within the system, how counties would benefit because the providers who are in counties would get 15% raise. And then on top of everything, it's the civic engagement piece of it. So, yes.
Nirja, how will you initiate and sustain a meaningful relationship with tribal nations?
First is, I worked with tribal nations right before COVID hit. Because when 1115 waiver, substance use disorder waiver, was implemented in Minnesota, tribal nations had opted, we don't want to do anything with it. And I was in charge of substance use disorder reform. So I traveled to 6 tribal nations with the approach of government-to-government consultation. I am not going to tell. I am not going to go with an agenda. Government-to-government consultation. And if the tribal nation here, I would meet at the administrator level. If they are bringing their chief, I would be like calling the commissioners, can you come? Because the chief is in the meeting. It's in no way I will dishonor tribal sovereignty by being on the decision maker seat when it's their chief. It's government to government. We don't do that with Canada. And that's what I used to tell my team. So I toured, it was such a beautiful experience. Learning about the day-to-day living, learning about their priorities, and and then just kind of I found out that the tribal courts were very wary about substance use disorder reform because they were saying we would lose the opportunity to get people assessments. So I'm like, if you want, we can meet with your judges and explain how this would help. And then COVID hit and nothing could be done. And then the next thing we did was we were offering our tribal partners, hey, 1115 will generate these resources. You don't have to be part of it. You don't have to be part of the whole paper reform, but you can get all the resources. That included trainings, that included, we created so many visual tools for the providers. And they were like, yeah, we'll take the tools. So, but again, the key is government to government interaction. I need to go at my level. The moment I see someone here, one of you will get the call, and honoring the sovereignty, and don't go with an agenda. That's what I have learned. The moment you go there with an agenda, you lost it. You totally lost it. And then follow up. When I was at DHS, I would my counterpart at the tribal, in tribal partners, had my phone number. Cell phone. And so, yeah, it's a totally different world, which we in government, sometimes we don't want to see. Because we are used to that's how it needs to be done. So don't go with an agenda. And then follow up.
Thank you.
Describe a time when you made a mistake at work. How did you deal with the situation, and what was the outcome?
I'm going to write a book on this, so I cannot answer it like this. One is the whole telehealth piece. I approved audio only. I got audio only approved, and that was really not a great decision. It took 3 years for us to just change the system. So that's one. But one is a deeply personal mistake I made. So I had a small office in a building in the city. One of the peers in the professional world said, hey, I need an office for, not at the work, but in therapy world, I need an office for my mail. Oh yeah, you can use my office for mail. So then they used the office for mail. Then we issued a request for proposals for a training for mental health providers in trauma-focused care. This person applied. It was right under me. So I opened the files and the managers were sitting. I saw their name. I'm like, oops, conflict of interest. I just closed it and gave it back to them, and I just forgot about it. I didn't document that there was a conflict of interest. I just totally forgot. So then what happened was, my director was gone. I was in charge. I was walking by. Then again, these two people came and just say, hey, we have this plan for allocating these funds. Are you okay with it? I'm like, yeah, well, this is a high-level manager, and I'm just dealing with chasing the cows. So I'm like, yeah, this is not even a cow. It's fine. Yes, go ahead. Guess what? That person was selected as one of the providers. Since I had not documented my conflict of interest, because you cannot make everyone happy, somebody filed a complaint that this person got this because of my conflict of interest. Luckily, because I was doing a training with the staff, and I had 150 staff members, and I was talking about conflict of interest, and I had just used this example from the morning. I'm like, this morning, A, B, and C brought this to me, and I just opened the file, and I closed it, and I gave it back to them. But I did not document. So there was an investigation, and my boss was like, don't worry about it. It's we know, and it was $25,000. This person is the best-selling author for Amazon. He's like, I'll donate $25,000 to the county. It's like, no, to the government, don't do that. But that was a mistake. And after the mistake, I think they give me a letter of expectation that next time document. And what else did it happen? And I got a promotion. So, because I shared. And I went to the clinical director for the Medicaid. Yes, it was right after that. So I'm like, okay, it didn't hurt that much. But yeah, but I learned. Document.
an employee brings to your attention as county administrator that they believe a coworker who is going through a rough personal challenge is using opioids, and they are afraid to bring it up to their supervisor, how would you address this situation?
I go with the principle immediately, do no harm. I need to contain the potential harm this can cause to any person, any human being this employee might be interacting. I don't have the facts. And this has really happened in my real life too. But I need to contain, I need to go with the principle, do no harm. You'll deal with everything else later. So I am going to kind of, go to my HR person. I am going to be doing everything I can to contain this person's interactions with the residents, because we are dealing with vulnerable people here. What I did was, and I think I'll do it again, was like kind of, hey, I need your help in this policy manual. Can you just kind of cancel all your appointments you have for the week and work with me on this policy manual? That gave me time to contain, so that now it was brought to my attention, I need to make sure no harm is done further. So then the person starts working on the policy manual, which was needed, so it's not that I was just paying them for nothing. But I contained, and then I consulted with HR, what are the policies in terms of like kind of getting tested, all that stuff. And consulting with HR, finding out what's going on, because I'm very curious. I ask a lot of questions. People sometimes get annoyed. What's going on? Why is the person not comfortable with their supervisor? I'm not going to go with assumptions that saying either the supervisor is some bad human being or this person is some bad human being. Nope. Maybe they're not aligned on their goals and priorities or their life situations or their whatever. So I'll do the how, but the first thing is contain the harm without causing any further damage. Do not put the county at the liability, because knowingly, I cannot do that. So that's why the containment of the harm is the first step, then consulting with HR, then finding out what's going on. And then end of the day, some decisions will have to be made. But for sure, again, I'm a behavioral health professional by training. So I will have to stop myself from being this person's therapist and let the HR do their stuff. I have made that mistake too. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? No. So yeah, but do no harm. That has been my framework.
Thank you. How will you assess the county's strengths and weaknesses and identify opportunities for improving the organization?
Cook County's strategic plan has the word resilience in it. For me, that was like kind of, that is like the biggest strength I could just see in an elected official's body. When the commitment is towards building resilience. When the commitment is not towards, it's going to end with me. No, it's like building resilience. So for me, that's like a great strength. Weakness, again, I don't know how the structures are set up. There might be like some silos in how human services, public health, there's no sheriff in the room here, sheriff's office, transportation, like, are we really on the same page? And then when we are talking about community engagement, I saw like kind of the great town halls and everything that was done, but I'm sure there is more scope to be done there. But for me, the biggest thing is, are we operating in silos? And if we are, that would be my first priority. Let's have targeted goals, integrate, and everything has to go with what the strategic plan is, which is, again, the resilience is beautiful. Let's be resilient. That would go from our cash reserves, that would go from our investments in mental health, that would go from our investments in transportation, investments in housing, and how we can attract people. When you say, well, attract businesses, I say attract humans, attract people.
So in a matter of our time factor here, I'm going to move ahead just a little bit with the last question.
Yes.
What will signal to you that you are being a successful Cook County administrator?
You know, for me, it will not be just hitting targets. And that's the beauty of the strategic plan you have. It's not hitting targets. It's a process that I will enjoy. It's the process of doing things. So it's not going to be like, yeah, by 2026, you will get this much percentage. No, it's the process. So I will not be looking at hitting targets, but I would for sure strive towards that your workforce feels empowered. They feel connected to the mission. They feel integrated. The residents feel they are part of the decision making. And that's not only like kind of doing a town hall when the weather is nice and bringing coffee and donuts. Nothing against coffee and donuts. But that is how residents are going to be part and parcel of every decision making. It's easier said than done. It's very easy to say that done. I kind of still remember we were dealing with we had funds for providing ethnic grants to ethnic minorities to build infrastructure for the communities. And we were in a meeting, and I was like talking to my data person and my IT person, and I was like, hey, when I order my pizza, it just says it started. They are putting cheese, they are doing this. And I'm like, I can just see all that. Here, we are dealing with multi-million things, and community is not even able to see. It's pizza delivery people have figured it out. So that I know, now my pizza is in oven, now the delivery person is there. I can just see that. Why can't we have? And then they were like, you put money in it. I'm like, I'm not going to put money in it. Give me solutions which are outside of the money. We could just make some serious policy changes. We could go to the legislation. I want my board with me when we go to the Capitol and just say, we need this. We really need this. You are saying one Minnesota? Show us. We want Cook County to be the best place to raise kids. We want Cook County to be the best place where, the workforce feels resilient and happy. We need Cook County to be the best place where artists come for retreats. But support us. And this would be the core team who can do that at the Capitol. I will give you backhand information. It's just this person. But I'll need this core team.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners need any clarification? We're going to give you a chance to ask us a question. So do you have any questions for us?
Yes. What does success look to you for this role?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for asking that question. Success, how you measure success. I think for us, given our lived experience, we know what it is we're hoping for. You've touched on some of these things. Certainly, creating a culture in which we can be effective, where people feel that they are part of the process, their voice is heard, that the community is involved, that all the stakeholders believe that they are valuable and they are affirmed in their role in shaping county government. So leadership needs to be able to nurture a culture where that can happen. And, leadership needs to understand their role in nurturing and facilitating that process. That's why some of these questions certainly are focused on understanding what it is to be a servant leader, the humility that comes with that, the regard and respect for all of the stakeholders. So the other big thing, which is apparent anywhere, is managing the financial side of things, trying to do more with less, and how we go about with a disciplined process of best practices in determining where taxpayers' dollars will get spent.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that really energizes me. That really energizes me, because solution to everything is not money. There's so much stuff we can do with policy. There's so much stuff we can do with advocacy. So for me, and especially working at the county level, property tax is the last thing I want to touch. That's the last thing I want to touch. So that really energizes me, where, like, you know, it's empowering. It's like kind of walking hand in hand with the community. And a lot of times, we won't like it. And that's okay, because it's not about safety, it's about comfort. And growth happens when we are feeling uncomfortable. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner White?
Relationships. I would like to have supportive, honest relationships throughout this entire organization, spreading out into the community, so the community, the taxpayers, the people that interact with any of us, feel as though they have that we listen to what their concerns are and to their ideas, and we take them seriously,
Yes.
that we respect them, that they're just not, you know, they elected us, and we are there to help them, to help create a community that is safe and functional for everybody.
Absolutely. And Commissioner, they take that trust that they have put in you very seriously. I take that trust that the community has put in their elected officials very seriously. So my job is going to be letting you know, in my professional opinion, what is best for your community. And a lot of times, I believe in authentic relationships. I believe in long-term relationships. People who would not let me who were not even talking, and now she's retiring, I'm taking her for lunch. That's how, and it's not that there are people I don't even want to talk, or they don't want to talk to me. So that's part and parcel of human growth. But I feel I would want with each one of you the authentic relationship. I could come and knock at your doors and just say, oh, please help. I really want that relationship. And that's the corner I'm looking for.
Anyone else?
Very well said.
I especially enjoy some of your terms that you use about teams and bridge building, because I think that is something that we're always working on here, to respect each other's opinion, but also to dive into some pretty serious things that we need to discuss. So building a bridge and teamwork is an important topic for me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, data would really help to bridge.
Yeah.
And again, when I talk data, I'm not only talking numbers, I'm talking stories, I'm talking experiences. Because that's the trust people have put in. You're not going to say, oh, it was only 2 people who came and just talked about it, so that's not a problem. No, for you, those 2 people are your universe. They elected you. So for me, that's why with data-informed decisions to make, not just my gut is saying, or this is what I want. Because gut can often be, I'm a therapist, I shouldn't be saying that, but gut can often be colored by biases. So data helps, and no therapists say that, but yeah, we believe that we know everything, but no, we don't. No. No.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank
We really
you.
appreciate you journeying up to Cook County. And
Yes, it was beautiful,
it's a
and we
pleasure to
did
meet
have
you.
donuts, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.